Judge. Science. 8 life. Everly. Percentage.
You're a winner of Class 2, Exhibitor 101, Drew Wesley.
Plan your trip to the show arena accordingly. We'll take our pictures, then we'll be ready for a percentage pairs class 5. Ronnie Creek.
get out. She's long and that front end. She's got some rib shape and dimension and depth, and then that balanced look that she has. And I think just the way that she transitions into the front part of her udder is a little better. She's a little fuller there in that rear quarter and that rear right quarter than our cow in second. I think a cow that does an awful lot of good, super complete in her own right, doing a really good job raising a big stout bull. When this cow in second came in, to be honest, I kind of gravitated towards her just in terms of her overall depth of body that she had. When she hits the ring, she's super deep-sided. She's pretty up through that front end. She's got a little more condition on her. She hasn't milked down quite as much with this young little heifer calf as our class winner has, but I like that a great deal about her. She's got a good look. She's deep-sided. Like I said, I'd like to, in comparison back to our class winner, I'd like to transition her, maybe just make her a little fuller there, the way she comes into that fore udder, and then she looks a little lighter there in that back right quarter here today than maybe her other side. I'd like to change that about her, but I think one super deep, really complete individual as well. That's a nice pair as well, not to take anything away from her. The heifer here, the cow coming in third, another one. And as far as a pair goes, and she's doing an outstanding job. She's maybe got the most appealing calf on her in terms of my mind. A really elegant, beautiful young heifer calf. I like this heifer a lot. Just in terms of that femininity and that look that she has, this cow's doing a really, really good job as well. She's super fresh, super feminine as well. Just when we compare her back to the two ahead of her here today, I'd like to give her a little more body, a little more mass, just to get over those other two. Really three outstanding percentage pairs here. Outstanding job. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Your results of Class 5: in first place, 108 exhibitor McCoy Landwehr from Enid, Oklahoma. In second place goes to exhibitor 106, Brandon Weber, Uchola, Florida. And in third place, exhibitor 107, James Jackson from Paris, Kentucky. Your grand champion percentage pair will go to exhibitor 108, McCoy Landwehr. Your reserve champion percentage pair would be 106, Brandon Weber. Your champion bred and owned percentage pair, owned and bred, will also go to exhibitor 108, McCoy Landwehr. Our percentage pair show is sponsored by Brashear Simmental. We'll now be taking some pictures. Just a little side note, the Brandon Weber cow, in the auction there will be 3 embryos. It would be a maternal sister to that cow, so they'll be in the auction tomorrow. Going back to the CC faithful, she's a past champion, a maternal sister to the Sweepstakes winner in 2016. We will now, immediately following the picture taking of our grand champion pairs, we'll be ready to jump right into class number 6. Class number 6, it'll be the percentage heifers born January and February of 2023. So judge your time accordingly and make your way. I will let you know just as soon as I think the pictures are almost complete. Once again, that class 6, we will be judging it, and it will also be your champion junior and reserve champion, and also bred and owned division champion. And then immediately following that, we'll jump into class 7, percentage heifers, born in 2022 November. Was just looking at one of the pamphlet with all the auction items in it. Auction on number 17 for the auction tomorrow is the semen tank, which has 100 units of semen. I was kind of going over some of those bulls, the semen that's in there. There's some double up, Loverboy, Built Right, Steel Force, Exit 44, Northgate, Insight, Rocking P, Private Stock, Two Step, Reckoning, Broker, Clarified, Pays to Believe, Duracell, Quantum Leap, and Follow Me. So it's donated by Circle M Farms out of Rockwall, Texas. We appreciate Craig donating that. There's quite a list there, so make sure you take a look at that. Once again, that's 3 o'clock tomorrow. I believe we're about ready to wrap up our picture taking. So we're now ready for Class 6 of our percentage heifer show. These are January and February calves of 2023. They'll now be entering the show arena. We have 4 of them in this class. So Class 7, think about making your way to the makeup area, please.
Well, certainly another high-quality class here, and the young man's heifer to start with for me in terms of completeness, and where she rises to the top for me is when we set her into motion. She's tremendously sound out of that front end. She's good and she's neat up through that front end too when you sit her on the profile. But when we used to get her out and go, she just reaches out and flexes that much better off of her front end. She handles her top with just a little more ease and comfort too. Doesn't want to get quite up there in that center portion of her back. But when we sit here and when we view her on the profile here, tremendous in terms of look and balance and length as well. Like an awful lot of things about her, I think she's got a bright future. Really a massive, powerful heifer here that comes next in second. I think there's a lot of good in this one as well. Tremendously deep-sided, tremendously good in terms of her muscle and power as well. And like I said, where she falls into second for me today, and she's being a little stubborn, and it's certainly not helping her as she gets out and goes, but she's a little straighter and more upright in that shoulder, doesn't want to reach out with quite as much reach and flexibility and get around the ring as soft, and it kind of makes her come up in the center portion of her top as well. Young man's heifer here next in third, much alike. I like this heifer like when she was on her mother in the pair show. Tremendously good up through that front end, really good in terms of her femininity. Like I said, and kind of like our second place heifer, she wants to get just a little more straighter and upright in that slope to her shoulder. I'd like to change that about her, and I think she's got a bright future ahead as well. Heifer rounding out the class, another one certainly complete in her overall terms of type and kind. She's got a good look, she's got some body, just maybe lacks the overall performance and maturity of the heifers ahead of her here today. Nice complete set of heifers there, really a nice heifer there to start off this division.
Your results of Class 6 percentage heifers. In first place, Exhibitor 110, Brogan Edwards, Greenfield, Indiana. In second place, Exhibitor 111, Drew Veslige out of Brownstown, Indiana. In third place, Exhibitor 109, James Jackson from Paris, Kentucky. And in fourth place, Exhibitor 112, Landon McAllister from Patriot, Indiana. Class 7 percentage heifers now entering the ring. There are 2 exhibitors in this class. Class 8, you should be making your way to the makeup arena. Your champion junior calf out of Class 6 is also your champion, would be 110 Brogan Edwards, and your reserve was exhibitor 111 Drew Veslige.
Really a high quality set of red heifers here, and the one that starts for me does so fairly handily in my mind, just in terms of overall stoutness and structural correctness. When we get this heifer in motion, she's really loose built from end to end. She gets out and goes with plenty of reach and comfort around the ring. And then when we get her stopped, she certainly has a good profile in terms of the length of that front end and as much sweep and rib shape that she has, and carries that back through her flank. just combines all that structure and that stoutness with a really good profile as well. Young man's heifer here coming next in second. I like an awful lot of things about too. She's tremendously feminine. She's smooth built. She's good in her lines. She gives you a really good profile when she's on the stand. Just like to change this one, the way she gets out of her front end, and wanted to just free her up the way she gets out and moves today to get her any higher. But I think one, just in terms of her overall attractiveness and that femininity, you got to like an awful lot of things about.
Your results of Class 7 percentage heifers: in first place, exhibitor 113, Morgan Jackson from Kaufman, Texas. In second place, exhibitor 114, Augustus Rye from Aaron, Tennessee. Class 8 percentage heifers, there's 4 exhibitors. They're now entering the ring. Class 8 percentage heifers. The junior division, the bred and owned champion, will go to exhibitor 111, Drew Veslige. Once again, this is class number 8, percentage heifers. For exhibitors, we will choose our champion. Then we will have our champion senior calf, reserve, third place, and bred and owned. Then we'll move on to class 9.
another really nice class here. And really, for me, the heifer that comes to the top just in terms of completeness, again, like I'd been talking throughout the day. And I think just a heifer that's tremendously smooth, tremendously attractive from end to end, and just the way she transitions. Where I think she has an advantage over the heifer that's in second is just that transition from her shoulder back into her forerib, and just contributes a little more to her overall balance and that length that she has down her top. She's super good in her line. She's super good through that hip and her hind leg, and just gives you a really complete look there from the side. Young lady's heifer here coming in second. I like her in terms of that depth of body and the way she has that rib cage and carries back a little bit deeper through that rear rib and flank than our class winner. I like that about her quite a bit. A heifer that when we get out and go, she's plenty good in the way she reaches out and tracks as well. I just like to meet her up there, the way she transitions from her shoulder, and just contribute a little more to her overall balance as comparison to our class winner. I think, though, a really maternal built kind of heifer there that comes in second. Young man's heifer here that comes next, slicker haired heifer, but I think one that just in terms of completeness and muscle and depth of body you like a lot about. She's long hipped and she's good on her hind leg. I think that's where she has an advantage over our heifer that's in fourth, that she's a little better and a little stronger there on her hind leg. I'd like to free this one up when she gets out and goes. She wants to get up in her top just a little bit to get her any higher today. Young lady's heifer, again, one that rounds out the class. I think very much like the heifer in front of her, just like that she's tremendously deep-sided and she's really long from hooks to pins. I'd like to strengthen her up there on that hind leg to get her over the heifer ahead of her today. Really a nice set of heifers there in this fall class.
Your results of class number 8 percentage heifers. First place, exhibitor 115, Josie Phillips. In second place, exhibitor 118, Alina Weaver. In third place, exhibitor 117, Gavin Palmer. And in fourth place, exhibitor 116, Morgan Butcher. We'll now be choosing our champion senior calf. And then we will choose our reserve champion senior calf and third place. Then also the bred and owned division champion. Class 9, you should be headed towards the makeup area. Class 9 will be a single entry, so Class 10, there are 3 in that class. You should be thinking about heading up accordingly.
Well, here as we get our fall calf division back out here, I think really, again, another impressive lineup. And we talk about our class winners, both differ in terms of type and kind, but I believe both of them are tremendously high quality. And just to go over them really quickly, I think our heifer out of our first class, really good in terms of that power and that looseness of structure like I'd mentioned earlier. She's tremendously deep-sided, and she's got a powerful hip and hind leg and gets out and goes with just tremendous ease around the ring. A heifer, though, and then when you get her on the stop, she's got a good balanced look and that length up through that front end, and with that added power, she's maybe not quite as smooth built there in that transition from her shoulder back into her forerib, but I like that power, and I like the way she still handles it really well, just in comparison to our other heifer. Our other class winner here, I think one that does have an advantage just in smoothness, and as we talked in class, I think that heifer just transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib, a heifer that's really good in her lines and her overall profile. Now, she's not as powerfully made there in that hip and hind leg as the heifer ahead of her, and like I said, where the heifer in the class, in the second touring class also had an advantage just in terms of depth of body. I'd like to maybe deepen her down just a little bit more in the center portion of her body and carry that back into her flank, but I think one just in terms of profile and presence and that smoothness as well, I like a great deal. And so those are the way I see them here, and there's some differences between the two. I'll go show you the way that I like them today. I think, like I said, both tremendously high quality individuals, just where you want to place your preferences. I'll go show you how I like them. Congratulations once again to this division.
Your champion senior calf will go to exhibitor 113, Morgan Jackson out of Kaufman, Texas, with XTB Little Red Wagon K094. Your reserve champion senior calf goes to exhibitor 115, Josie Phillips out of Maysville, Kentucky, with RPCM FM Built to Love K076. Your third in the division goes to exhibitor 118, Alina Weaver from Bennington, Indiana, with Clearwater HTP Elza K303G. Your bred and owned division champion will go to exhibitor 115, Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. Congratulations. We now have class 9 percentage heifers in the ring. Class 10, you should be in the makeup area. This is a single entry. Class 11, you should be thinking about heading that way, please. Thank you.
Well, a single entry may here, an automatic division, and I think one that can certainly stand an awful lot of competition. I like this one a great deal in terms of her overall maternal build, and she's still feminine up through that front end. Tremendous rib shape and depth of body, and really long and level out of that hip, and when we set her into motion, super fluid off of both ends. I think an awful high quality individual there for our automatic division. Congratulations.
Your class winner in class 9 percentage heifers will go to exhibitor 120, Arabella Bynes. She will, from Deweyville, Utah. She will also be your champion summer yearling. So we are now ready for class number 10. It is entering the show arena with 3 exhibitors. Class 11, you should be headed to the makeup area at this time, please. Class 12, be thinking about it.
really nice trio, April heifers here. The young man's red heifer to start the class for me, just in terms of that overall balance and structural correctness that she has. She's super elegant up through that front end and just really good in her lines from her shoulders all the way back, really deep through the center portion of her body. And where I think she has an advantage and comes to the top for me along with that is when we set her into motion, she's a little smoother there through that shoulder, and then it just helps her blend and just maintain a little bit more balance there as we set her in motion. And I think that's really good about that one, just maintaining that balance and where she has an advantage in this class when we get her going in motion. Heifer here in second, tremendously good in terms of power and foot and added muscle shape and dimension. She's really deep-sided as well. A heifer that with that added power, she's got a little more shoulder, and then when we set her into motion, just maybe doesn't maintain that balance quite as well. Really attractive heifer here coming next in third. Really good up through that front end and smooth made as well. Just when we set her in motion, she wants to get up in the center portion of her top. I'd like to change that about her to get her over the other heifers here today. Really a nice set of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results of Class 10 percentage heifers. In first place goes the exhibitor 123, Michael Barnett from Woodlawn, Tennessee. In second place, exhibitor 121, Bailey Waldlow of Jerseyville, Illinois. In third place, exhibitor 122, Jacob Mankey from Marianna, Pennsylvania. Class 11 is now entering the show arena. There are two exhibitors. Class 12, you should be headed to the make-up area, please. Once again, Class 11 in the show arena.
really a nice pair of marches, I believe, here, and two heifers that, in my mind, if you wanted to go ahead and swap these, I wouldn't argue with you either way, and I think you can talk and see the differences just here and there. But I think the heifer for me, and like I've been talking throughout the day, just in terms of smoothness of design, she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib really well. When we set this heifer in motion, she handles her top just a little bit stronger and leveler when she gets out and goes. A heifer that's got some power, she's got some bone. And when I say that about both these heifers. I think both these heifers are tremendously good in terms of body and bone and structure. The heifers, and just in terms of length of body, you appreciate they're very similar, and there's minor differences. And like I said, just that strength of her top and the way she handles it when she sets in motion, I like that about her. The heifer that's cleaner in her brisket than our heifer that's in second, but she's a little bit plainer under her chin, so there's some give and take there on their front ends. But I think just one that's tremendously smooth and tremendously powerful as well. Young lady's heifer here coming second. Like I said, you can say a lot of the same good things about her as you can about our class winner, just in terms of depth of body and that powerful hind leg. She's tremendously long from hooks to pins. She's a little tighter there in her chin, and I like that as well, but she is a little waistier in her brisket. And like I said, kind of the determining factor is that, and then when she gets set in motion, her top is just a little bit rougher. She wants to come up just a little bit in the center portion and maybe not hold that loin quite as strong. But I think two really powerful heifers here, two tremendous breeding pieces for these young people on down the road.
Your results of Class C 11 percentage heifers. First place goes to exhibitor 124, Kelsey Sedgwick from Sheridan, Indiana. In second place, exhibitor 125, Catherine Kennedy of Brookstown, Indiana. We are now ready for Class 12 to enter the show arena. Class 12 percentage heifers. There are 3 exhibitors. We will then choose our champion, junior, and reserve champion, and we will also be choosing a 3rd and 4th place and the bred and owned. So we're now ready for Class 12.
tremendously massive and powerful heifer here to lead off the class. I think one, just in terms of that overall maternal look and that brood cow potential, you like an awful lot of things about. Tremendously good and smooth there, the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib, really deep in the center portion of her body, and carries that back to her flank. Big hipped, and I think she has an advantage just in overall width there down her top and that hip shape that she has over the heifer in second, but I think one, just in terms of that overall maternal power that she has, comes to the front of the class for me. Tremendously attractive heifer here coming next in second, and I like her up through her front end better than I do our class winner. Just that length that she has there, a heifer that when we view her on the profile, she's really good in her lines and she's balanced as well. Just when we set her into motion, she's a little more upright in that slope to her shoulder than our class winner, and then like I said, just maybe lacks the overall mass of the class winner. But I think just one overall in terms of that profile and show ring look, you like an awful lot of things about. Another deep-sided, really complete heifer here coming rounding out the class for this young lady. She gets out and goes with plenty of reach and comfort as well. She's functional in her structural build and her body and her muscle. I just like to neaten this one up, just up through that brisket in terms of that overall presence and balance that she has. That brisket just wants to throw her off to get her any higher today.
Your results of Class 12 percentage heifers. First place goes to Exhibitor 126, Tate Friedenberg from Marklettville, Indiana. Your second place heifer goes to Exhibitor 127, Elaney McAllister from Patriot, Indiana. And in third place, Exhibitor 128, Sadie Jackson from Paris, Kentucky. We will now be choosing our champion, reserve, third and fourth of our junior yearlings. As soon as we finish this division, we will be ready for Class 13 percentage heifers. There are 3 exhibitors in that class. Then we will move to our grand and reserve grand drive.
Well, here in our junior division, another outstanding division, and a few more numbers, and it's a lot of fun to sit out here and evaluate and have a few more to pick between and to analyze back and forth. And I'm really happy with our class winners and our seconds back out here. I think it's an outstanding lineup in this division. Really quickly in our class winners, I think the red heifer out of our April class, I think one that certainly does an awful lot of good for me in terms of just that freshness and femininity that she has. She's super long and she's got some depth of body, really long from hooks to pins, and comes down on a powerful hind leg. And when we set her into motion, she gets around and goes with as much ease and flexibility off of both ends as anything. I really like this heifer just in terms of that freshness and femininity that she has as well. There are powerful heifers here that come behind her in terms of just a little more width and dimension at this stage of the game. The heifer out of our second class, tremendously powerful in terms of bone and foot, and then that spread and that she's got over her rib shape, and just really a thick-ended type of heifer. She wins that class on smoothness, and then when we get her back out here, I think she looks even better this time out, just in terms of that overall balance that she has. Now, she's maybe not quite as neat and attractive up through that front end as the heifer in front of her, but I think one that's super maternal in her build. You appreciate the overall power that she has as well. The heifer out of our third class, another one that just in terms of that maternal power, like I spoke about her earlier, just that depth of body, that big hip, and that good hind leg, a heifer that's really just smooth in her overall makeup. She's functional in the way she gets out and goes around the ring. Maybe not quite as neat and attractive up as from a profile perspective as the two heifers in front of her, but I think one that offers a world of good in terms of breeding potential on down the road for this young man as well. Those are the things I see about these. I'll go show you the way that I like them. Congratulations again. Give these exhibitors in this division a round of applause.
Your champion junior yearling will go to exhibitor 123, Michael Barnett from Woodland, Kentucky, with JSUL Red Crystal 2417K. Your reserve champion junior yearling goes to exhibitor 124, Kelsey Sedgwick from Sheridan, Indiana, with Sanders Image Lady SAM. In third place in the division goes to exhibitor 121, Bailey Waldlow from Jerseyville, Illinois, with FRKG Duchess 254 KET. And in fourth place goes to exhibitor 126, Tate Friedenberg from Markville, Indiana, with S&S Neil Plunny Foxy 232K. Your champion bred and owned will go to exhibitor 125, Catherine Kennedy from Brookston, Indiana, with KFFS Emeralda K006. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. We now have class 13 percentage heifers, 3 exhibitors in the ring. This will also be your senior and champion and reserve and third place. We then will be ready for our grand champion percentage heifer drive. So please be making your way up here accordingly so we can move right into that grand drive. Thank you.
Well, really a good group of senior yearlings here too in an automatic division, and some differences in terms of type and kind, but tremendous high quality. A really moderate heifer here to start out the class with, and that doesn't bother me at all. I think though, one, just in terms of that overall attractiveness that she has and the way she blends from that front end through her shoulder and back through her forerib, a heifer that's really good. And where I think she has a distinct advantage, and like I've talked throughout the day, when we set her into motion, she reaches the longest and the truest out of that front end. She's the most relaxed in her top line when she gets out and goes. And then, like I said, when we stand her here and just take a look at that show ring look that she has, she's really good there in terms of her lines. I like the way that she's starting to develop some udder. Looks like she's going to have a really nice one here in the near future as well. The young man's heifer here coming next is kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. Tremendously powerfully made. Big-footed, big-boned, a heifer that as well in terms of that overall power that she has. You like that about her. She's really deep-sided. With that added power, she's maybe not as attractive up through that front end, maybe doesn't have the overall balance that our class winner does, but I think one that offers a world of good as well. The young man's heifer here rounding out the class, another one that he certainly should be proud of just in terms of that overall function that she has. Tremendously deep-sided. She's got a powerful hip and hind leg. She's also starting to develop some udder, and it looks like it's going to be nice as well. I just like to neaten her up there through that chest, and then when we set her into motion, she wants to get a little bit more up in her top when she gets around the ring, but I think one that offers a world of good in terms of that power and breeding potential on down the road for him as well.
The results of Class 13 percentage heifers: in first place, exhibitor 130, Josie Phillips out of Maysville, Kentucky. That will also be your champion senior yearling. In second place in the class, exhibitor 129, Josie Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky, your reserve champion senior yearling. In third place, exhibitor 131, Gavin Palmer from Springboro, Pennsylvania. That will also be your third place in that division. Your bred known division champion will go to exhibitor 130, Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. We'll now be ready for our grand champion drive in the percentage heifer divisions. It is sponsored by Napper Cattle Company out of Kingman, Indiana. A big thank you to them for sponsoring our grand drive. And immediately following our grand drive and our percentage heifers, we will be awarding the Bill Couch Memorial Junior Herdsman Award. It will immediately follow our grand drive.
Well, as we wrap up our percentage show here in our heifer side, and a tremendous lineup from end to end, and not a ton of numbers throughout the day here to this point, but tremendously high quality. And as we get all of our division winners back out here, I'm thoroughly impressed in the quality as they line back up here and kind of compare them back and forth to each other. And this is a lot of fun. You guys should be proud of what you've brought to the ring, and it's an outstanding lineup and tremendously high quality. I've gone through and talked about each of these individually within their classes and divisions, so I'm not going to do it again. But hopefully you around the ring can see the kind of cattle that I like in terms of looseness of structure and that maternal look, and having some show ring eye appeal as well, and some added muscle as in some stoutness too. So with that being said, let's give our exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you the ones that I like. Give them one more big round of applause.
Reserve and also champion bred and owned.
Your grand champion percentage heifer will go to exhibitor 120. That's Arabella Bynes from Deweyville, Utah, with STCC Serena's Crystal 120K. Your reserve champion goes to exhibitor 130. That's Josie Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky, with Rocking P Built to Love J090. That will also be your champion bred and owned heifer. Your third overall goes to exhibitor 113, Morgan Jackson from Kaufman, Texas, with XTB a Little Red Wagon KO94. Your fourth place will go to exhibitor 123, Michael Barnett from Woodlawn, Tennessee, with JSUL Red Crystal 2417K. Your fifth overall goes to exhibitor 124. That'll be Kelsey Sedgwick from Sheridan, Indiana, with Sanders Image Lady SAM. That will conclude our percentage show. At this time, if I could have your attention, we are ready to award the Bill Couch Memorial Junior Herdsman of the Year Award. It's sponsored by the Bill Couch Memorial family out of Owensville, Indiana.
All right, thank you. Well, it is an honor for us to once again present the Bill Couch Memorial Junior Herdsman Award here at the Sweepstakes. My dad, Papa to Nolan, believed in the Simmental breed. He believed in the people of the Simmental breed, and he believed in the Sweepstakes. And so it was a great honor when we were allowed to present this award here. 5 years ago was the first time, right after he passed away. And Dad was one who could see young people who had a passion for the industry and who would who had that passion and the work ethic and drive to succeed. And so with that spirit, the Bill Couch Memorial Junior Herdsman Award is presented to a young person in this industry who shows those qualities that Dad would have sought out. And we are positive he would be thrilled to know that the 2023 award winner is Luke Harker.
Congratulations to Luke. We are, of course, taking pictures in front of the backdrop at this time, so we'll have a little bit of time here. I'll try to catch when they're almost finished, so we'll be able to jump right into our purebred Simmental bulls. It looks like we have 3 classes. The first 2 will be single entries, and then 2 in class 16. So class 14, 15, and 16, your purebred bulls. We'll be ready for that next as soon as we're done with the pictures of our grand champion animals from the percentage heifer division. Once again, we are still taking some pictures, so we're not quite ready to start our purebred bull show just yet. So please just be patient with us. I would like to announce, though, tomorrow after the showmanship contest and before the auction, there will be an exhibitor's meal. I'll get the details on exactly where it's going to be and everything, pass on to all of you, hopefully by the conclusion of today's show, so please look forward to that. And once again, the Indiana Simmental Field Day will be August the 27th. It will be at the Mad Luke Cattle Company there in Arcadia, Indiana. You can look that up. It's 26440 Anthony Road, Arcadia, Indiana 46030. Look up the directions to be at the Mad Luke Cattle Farm on August 27th. A full day of events for the Indiana Simmental Field Day, which is held every year at one of the breeders' homes. Involved this year, hosted there at the farm, but the host this year will be Mad Luke Cattle, Double Image Cattle, Rocking H Cattle, and Knapp Family Simmentals. Also, I've been informed we've got some clothing and some things that there's a booth set up between the show, or the two cattle barns back there, 7 Heaven Denim. So we do thank them for being here. If you want to stop by and visit that. I believe we're about ready to conclude the pictures. I just saw Andrew walk back in the ring, so we'll be all ready to get started with our purebred show. We're going to start off with our purebred bulls. So Class 14 will now be entering the show arena. There is one entry in this class. Class 15, you should be in the makeup area. That is a single entry also. So Class 16, you can be making your way to the makeup area.
Really a nice way here to start our purebred bull show out. And young man's got a good bull. Has got a bright future ahead of him. Tremendous in terms of his muscle shape and dimension that he has. Big topped and thick ended. Really a stout featured bull just in terms of his foot and bone work as well. And he gets out and goes really well as when he gets out and goes around the ring. Really a nice one. I think has a bright future. Excellent breeding piece on down the road for this young man.
Your results of Class 14 bred known purebred bulls. First place is 132 exhibitor. He is James Jackson out of Paris, Kentucky. We now have Class 15, a single entry, entering the show arena. So Class 16, you should be in the makeup area.
Really another nice single entry here in this April bull, and tremendous in terms of his overall feet and leg structure, and kind of what you see is what you get on him. Not blessed with a lot of hair, but he's tremendously loose built in terms of his structure. He's big bodied, he's deep sided, he's got some muscle. He looks like he can go out and cover some ground and cover some cows, and that doability and that fleshing, that ease of fleshing that he has, along with that extra muscle shape and dimension. Really a complete individual. Good, congratulations on this class.
Your results of Class 15. First place goes to exhibitor 133, Luke Hayden from Jacksonville, Illinois. We're now ready for Class 16 to enter the show arena. Immediately following this class, we will be choosing our Grand and Reserve bred known purebred bull. Then we will move into Class 17, which will be the purebred pairs, which will be one entry.
Well, really, as we get into our January bulls here, a really competitive class between these two, and there's some give and take in between them, and some differences in terms of type and kind, and we evaluate these two, and where the Red Bull comes to the top for me today, just in terms of structure and that reach that he has out of his front end. I think that he's longer strided in the way he gets out and goes, a bull that's a little bit deeper there in the center portion of his body, and then when we set him into motion, I think he's just looser built from the ground up. I think he's longer strided, and he flexes that top with a little more ease and comfort as he goes around, and like I said, where I think he has a distinct advantage is that length of stride off that front end. Now the big outline bull here, the black bull in second, I like an awful lot of things about, and when he takes a picture, he's going to take a great picture. That length of that front end, that levelness that he has down his top. He's a thick-ended bull. He's got an appealing hind leg. He's maybe not quite as deep-bodied as the bull that wins the class, but when we set him into motion for me today, I get an awful picky on one that looks that good, but I'd like to free him up when he gets out of that front end. He's more straight and upright in that shoulder, and then it maybe just contributes to a little bit harder look right in there in his rib cage, and he set him into motion. I think one outstanding outline. I just like to change his front end structure slightly. Really a good pair of January bulls there. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Your results of Class 16 bred, known purebred bulls. First place goes to Exhibitor 135, Blake Hendrich. In second place goes to Exhibitor 134, J.C. Massey. We will now be choosing our grand champion, bred, known purebred bull, also reserve. That is sponsored this year by Will Barnett out of Woodland, Tennessee. Thank you to the Barnett family for their sponsorship.
Only 4 bulls here in our purebred bull lineup, but I think once again tremendous quality. I think all these that came to the show certainly needed to be here, just in terms of the function that they have and what they can bring to the table as far as breeding pieces for these young people on down the road. It's been a lot of fun here evaluating these 4. I've already talked about them here just briefly in class, and so I'm not going to go back through again. I think there's a couple that stand out in my mind. I'll go show you the 2 that I like. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause.
Your grand champion bred, known purebred bull goes to Exhibitor 135, Blake Henrich. Okay, Okeechobee, Oklahoma with MRJH Cadillac Revenge K216. And your reserve goes to Exhibitor 134, J.C. Massey, Boley, Oklahoma, with New Trend Pursuit 5K. Once again, your Grand Champion Purebred Bull was sponsored by Will Barnett out of Woodland, Tennessee. We're now going to show our purebred pair, Class 17. Then we will take a picture break before we begin the purebred heifers.
Well, tremendous single entry here in our purebred pair show, and one that can certainly stand an awful lot of competition. This one does an awful lot of things right in terms of mass and body and volume, still maintaining that look. Has a really nice high quality udder, and that teat placement and that spacing is really, really good on that one, and doing a really nice job with her calf. You can see this one's going to follow in her mom's footsteps. High quality in terms of look and balance and structural correctness as well. Really a high quality pair. Congratulations for our champion pair.
Your winner of Class 17 and your Grand Champion Purebred pair will go to Exhibitor 136, Morgan Jackson out of Kaufman, Texas. We'll now take a break to picture the bulls and the pair. Then we will begin our purebred heifer show. So Class 18, you'll be the first up when we're ready, with Class 19 to follow. I did get some information on lunch for tomorrow for the exhibitors. Once again, it's after the showmanship show. It'll be at approximately 1:45 here in the show arena. It will be pizza. It's coming from Arnie's, a local pizza place here in town. If you would, please bring your own beverages. I'm sure there are numerous drinks everyone enjoys, so it'd be kind of hard to get all that. So if you bring your own drink, the pizza will be here around 1:45 in the show arena, and that is also where the auction will take place, and it'll be at approximately 3 o'clock. And that is sponsored by McGregor Livestock. So a big thank you to that family for sponsoring that for us this year. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pizza consumed from teenagers. Nope, we're going to be getting ready here in just a few minutes. We'll let you, I believe our class number 18, I believe they're already in the makeup arena, so we are ready. When our judge returns, they're taking pictures once again with the grand champion bulls and pair. I believe we're all set to start our purebred Simmental heifer show. We'll begin with class number 18 purebred heifers. They'll be entering the show arena at this time. So class 19, you should be in the makeup area. At the conclusion of both these classes, we'll choose our champion and reserve of the junior calf division.
March. heifer calves here on opposite ends of the spectrum, and I think you could do either way with these two. But for me today, the heifer that's a little more attractive and just has a little more look is a young man's heifer to start with. One that's super good up through that front end. She blends really smoothly when she gets stopped like that. Really good in terms of her lines, and that length that she has down her top comes down on a good hind leg. I think that one's got a bright future ahead of her. Now the heifer that's more massive maybe right now for this stage of the game is the heifer that's in second. She's deeper sided and she's probably even a little bit bigger bone. Still, this heifer maybe doesn't want to cooperate quite as well, doesn't look quite as neat when she's stopped on the profile. She's a little plainer necked and maybe just doesn't give the overall look of balance as the heifer that starts out the class. But I think one that's tremendously good in terms of that rib shape and power that she has. Be an awful nice breeding piece for this young lady on down the road too.
Your results of Class 18 purebred heifers: in first place, Exhibitor 138, Aiden Dempsey from Hope, Indiana. In second place, Exhibitor 137, Kelsey Sedgwick from Sheridan, Indiana. We are now ready for Class 19. They are entering the show arena, the purebred heifers. As soon as we conclude this class, we will be picking our champion and reserve junior calf. Following that, we will be ready for Class 20. That is a single entry, so Class 20 can be thinking about coming up. Class 21, once again, 20 is a single, so you need to be thinking about making your way.
Really a nice pair of older heifer calves here, and the young man's heifer for me, I think today, just in terms of looseness of build, she comes to the top. One that's super elegant up through that front end again, and I think she has an advantage just in that looseness that she has, the way she's built there. She's smoother in through her shoulder, and then also when we set her into motion, she wants to relax that top just a little more, and on top and in her forerib when she gets out and goes, she doesn't tuck that up near as much as maybe the heifer does in second. I think one that's incredibly good from a balance and profile standpoint as well. Young lady's heifer here is in seconds, really smooth built as well. Another one that you like how she is in her line. She's got a balanced look as well, but when we set her in motion, she's a little rounder in her shoulder. She wants to come up there just in the center portion of her top and maybe tuck her forerib when we set her into motion. Nice pair of heifers there, though. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Your results of Class 19 purebred heifers: in first place, Exhibitor 139, Brogan Edwards out of Greenfield, Indiana. In second place, Exhibitor 140, Mackenzie Menke from Marianna, Pennsylvania. We'll now be choosing our champion and reserve junior calf.
Here in our first division of purebred heifers, I think tremendous quality from Indiana, and I think as we study our class winners and our seconds even as well, I think our two class winners pair up in terms of femininity and that length and extension that they have, and in the way that they are in terms of that look and balance. And same thing can be said for these second place heifers as well. They're functional in their overall body type and dimension, and certainly bone and their groundwork as well. I think there's a pair of heifers that match up and are a little further along in terms of maturity here today. The heifers out of our second class will be champion in reserve. Congratulations to you two exhibitors.
Your champion junior calf will go to exhibitor 139, Brogan Edwards out of Greenfield, Indiana, JSUL ESF Lola 1L. Your reserve champion goes to exhibitor 140, Mackenzie Mankey from Marianna, Pennsylvania, with SVJ Shannon's Image L43. Your bred and owned division champion will go to exhibitor 137, Kelsey Sedgwick out of Sheridan, Indiana, with MSBK Phoebe. Mr. Doug Park just informed me that the champion calf out of this division was an embryo package that was purchased in a past Simmental Sweepstakes auction. So come tomorrow at 3 o'clock, you could be purchasing a winner here at the Sweepstakes next year. I will have to say Doug and Brian are doing a great job in the ring today. This is class 20, purebred heifer, single entry in the ring today. Class 21, you should be in the makeup area. And then we will choose our champion senior calf.
A single entry November here, and one that can certainly stand an awful lot of competition as well. Really good in terms of her overall design and that length and extension up to your front end. Really a lot of rib shape and dimension as well down low, and the way she carries that back into her flank. She's not cooperating very well here right now at the moment and kind of giving the young lady a hard time, but you can still see just that look of quality and the overall balance that she has from that profile, and just gives you that really good show ring look. Also good on her feet and legs as we get her out and go in motion as well. Congratulations. It'll be fun to have that one back here as well for the division.
Result of class 20 purebred heifers. First place goes the exhibitor 141, Addison Bartlow, Monticello, Illinois. Class 21 is now entering the show arena, purebred heifers. There are 4 exhibitors. We will then choose our champion and reserve senior calf. I would like to announce that in that junior calf champion division, the sponsorship was No Reins Trailers out of Webster, Florida. Big thank you to them.
Well, another really high-quality set of fallborns here, and the heifer that starts for me, I think in my mind, does so fairly handily, just in terms of her overall completeness. There's not a lot of holes in this one when we look at her from a balance standpoint, and then either from a structural standpoint also. She's really smooth from end to end, and the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib, carries that flank back deep, and then we set her into motion. She gets out and goes, still maintains that balanced look when she's set in motion. Really an intriguing heifer here. The young lady's red heifer in second, and I love this heifer from a balance standpoint. I mean, she is freaky necked, and she's big bodied, and she's got a good hind leg, a heifer that's really out there in terms of that look. Where she falls into second for me is when we set her into motion. You see she wants to raise up the center portion of her top and wants to duck from hooks to pins. I'd like to change that about her, but I think on the stand she's incredibly attractive from a profile standpoint. Young man's got a really nice functional one here too, coming in third, one that's super smooth as well. She's good in her line. She's tremendously long. She's long from hooks to pins. I just like to, in comparison to the heifers ahead of her with all that power, she's maybe not as neat and attractive from a balance standpoint, but I think one that's got a world of good as well. Same can be said here for the young lady rounding out the class. Another one that's got some bone and some body and some muscle as well. She wants to taper from hooks to pins, maybe not be quite as attractive from a profile as the heifers ahead of her, but a really nice set of heifers there. 4 deep quality heifers in that class.
Your results of Class 21 purebred heifers: in first place, exhibitor 143, Wyatt Phillips from Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, exhibitor 145, Ann Lawrence Allen out of Versailles, Kentucky. In third place, exhibitor 144, McCoy Landwehr, Enid, Oklahoma. And in fourth place, exhibitor 146, Sadie Jackson from Paris, Kentucky. We'll now be choosing our champion senior calf along with reserve and a third place. So Class 22, you'll be up next. You can make your way to the makeup arena. With Class 23, you will follow the champion summer yearling drive.
well, not a lot of numbers in this division, but certainly high quality, and all three of these individuals out here, I think, certainly can stand a world of competition. And here just briefly, and going back and forth between the two class winners here, the young lady's heifer out of our first class, I think tremendously good in terms of that look and that presence that she has up through that front end. She's big-bodied and she's good bone. A heifer here today that just in terms of just to be quite honest, is just attitude. She's not wanting to cooperate. You can see she's a little more tense out here. I think this heifer, just in terms of if she wanted to relax and maybe, and I don't know it without seeing her do that, maybe whether her top holds quite as neat as I'd like to see it in the motion, but a heifer that I think just in the overall, in all those pieces, that length and extension up through that front end, that body, and in their hip and hind leg, I think offers a world of good and stuff. And so, like I said, just from her attitude here today, it's hard to get just a 100% read on her, but I think that one offers a world of good too. The heifer here out of our second class, like I said, the way she wins that class just on quality and consistency, and she's complete. She doesn't overwhelm you in any one way, but she's good in every way. And I think, you know, this heifer is super smooth. She's good in terms of her body and her hind leg. Maybe not quite as neat and attractive up through her front end as the heifer out of the first class or the heifer that was second to her in class, but I think one just in terms of overall completeness and just being a fault-free animal, she's awfully good as well. So I'll go show you the way that I like them here today. I think an outstanding lineup here for our fall heifer calf division. I'm looking forward to the older heifers as well. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll show you the way I like them today.
Your champion senior calf will go to exhibitor 143, Wyatt Phillips out of Maysville, Kentucky with RPCMFM Wildflower KO80. Your reserve goes to exhibitor 141, Addison Bartlow from Monticello, Illinois with STCC Lila CT 157K. Third will go to exhibitor 145, Ann Lawrence Allen out of Versailles, Kentucky with WHF Frosty 145K. Your bred known division champion will go to exhibitor 143. That'll be a Wyatt Phillips out of Maysville, Kentucky. That division was sponsored by Friedenberg Cattle out of Markville, Indiana. We now have Class 22 in the show arena. This will also be for champion and reserve summer yearling. Class 23, you'll be up next.
Another really high quality class here in our summer division, and I think two heifers that you can sort and the difference in terms of type and kind. But as I've talked throughout the day, just in terms of overall footwork and bone and the correctness of this heifer's joint and the length that she gets out of that front end and goes where she comes to the top for me. A heifer that's super long and extended and feminine up through that front end. I think she's got an advantage in just being a little trimmer and a little neater there in her underline as well, and just a little softer in her top when she gets out and goes. Other heifer here in second, I think one that's a little more compact. She's got some muscle shape and some dimension down her top as well. I like the outline in this heifer, a heifer that's long and good up through that front end as well. She's deep-sided, just maybe not quite as loose built and just as correct and easy at the ground there as our class winner, but I think one that's got a tremendous amount of quality as well. Young lady's heifer here coming out the class here, rounding out the class, I think gets in a tough one, and that's not to take anything away from her. She's got some width and some substance and a tremendous amount of body. She's got some stoutness there at the ground. I'd just like to neaten that one up there through her front 1/3 to get her any higher today.
Your results of Class 22 purebred heifers. This will also be the champion reserve and third place. In first place and champion summer yearling will go to exhibitor 149, Luke Haddon from Jacksonville, Illinois, with SFIS Crystal Gale K32. In second place, also in reserve champion summer yearling, will go to exhibitor 147, Addison Bartlow from Monticello, Illinois, with TL Roxanne 84K. And in third place and third in the division will go to exhibitor 150, Kelsey Sedgwick from Sheridan, Indiana, with MLCC Chloe 591K. That division was sponsored by Sincere Livestock Designs out of Beloit, Wisconsin. A big thank you to them for their sponsorship. We are now in the show ring with class number 23, the purebred heifers. Class 24, you should be to the makeup area. And class 25, thinking about it. Once again, a big thank you to our judge today, Andrew Foster. He is from Niles, Michigan. He's a co-owner and manager of Seldom Rest Farms. They focus on marketing Angus choke heifers. They have 2 sales throughout the year. Graduated from Oklahoma State, and he was on the 2008 livestock judging team there. He and his wife Emily have 3 daughters, Everly, Emerson, and Eleanor. Once again, a big thank you to Andrew for coming down from Michigan to judge our Simmental cattle today.
Another really nice trio of heifers here, and the heifer to start the class for me in terms of mass and body and volume does so for this young lady. A heifer that's super good, the way she blends from her shoulder back into her forerib, really a deep-sided heifer, and she's a big hipped and good hind-legged. I like that about her. I think this heifer has an advantage in the overall, in that shape that she has down her top and the strength that she comes out of her shoulders with. She blends in a little bit neater there in her tail head as opposed to our second place heifer, but a heifer that I think just in terms of overall mass and volume and brood cow potential, I like an awful lot of things about. I'd like to trim her up and just neaten her through that shoulder and front end a little bit, and I think our heifer in second here has an advantage that way. I prefer the length that this heifer has. I prefer the way way that she blends from that shoulder into her neck. But when we set her into motion, even though she looks like she blends really well there, she maybe opens up a little more than I would suspect when she's set in motion and doesn't quite get out of that front end quite as well as I'd like her to here for as neat as she is up through that neck. She wants to get a little weaker in behind her shoulders, but like I said, those are the downfalls of her, but I think that her length and extension in that profile as well, when we look at her here from the side view, I think she's got an awful lot of things to offer that way as well. Tremendous length, tremendous depth of body as well. The young lady's heifer here again gets into a tough class and one that's really strong top. She's got an appealing hind leg and gets out and goes, like I said before, and she just needs to be a little neater in terms of that overall profile to get over those heifers that are ahead of her today.
Your results of Class 23 purebred heifers. In first place, Exhibitor 153, Catherine Kennedy, Brookston, Indiana. In second place, Exhibitor 152, Luke Haddon from Jacksonville, Illinois. And in third place, Exhibitor 151, Ada Schulenberg from Tipton, Indiana. Class 24 now entering the show arena. Class 25, you should be in the makeup area. Class 26, thinking about heading that way.
Another really nice set of March heifers here, and I think a heifer that comes to the top fairly easily in my mind in terms of just balance and look and that added power. Really good in terms from the side. You see how well she blends from her shoulder into her forerib. She's great in her lines. She's big hipped and got a powerful hind leg. When we set her into motion, she maintains that balance and gets around the ring with plenty of ease and comfort as well. I think that one's pretty nice there to start out the class. Young lady's heifer that comes in second most follows her in terms of type and kind and that length of that front end and that depth of body as well. She's long and level hipped and comes down on a really good hind leg. Maybe doesn't get out of her front end quite as well all the time as I'd like to see with as much reach and comfort as our class winner, but I think one that's broody in her overall design and really complete as well. Young Man's Red Heifer, again, another one that's super complete, super smooth from end to end. You appreciate the depth of body that she has. She doesn't overwhelm you in terms of power and maybe doesn't have the overall stoutness and looseness of build of the heifers ahead of her, but I think one just in terms of depth and quality, you got a nice one there too. Young Lady's heifer here that rounds out the class, tremendous in terms of her look. She's really good up through that front end and she's good in her lines. I like how feminine this one is up through her front end. I'd like to see her just a little bit deeper in terms of body here today to get her with those heifers that are a little further bred. I think another high quality one though to round out the class.
Your results of Class 24 purebred heifers: in first place, Exhibitor 156, Luke Darlage out of Brownstown, Indiana. In second place, Exhibitor 157, Grace Kennedy, Brookston, Indiana. In third place, Exhibitor 155, Caden Souza from Summerfield, Florida. And in fourth place, Exhibitor 158, Lindley McAllister from Patriot, Indiana. We now have Class 25 entering the show arena with Class 26 in the makeup area. Immediately following Class 26, we will choose our junior yearling champion.
Well, really another high-quality trio of heifers, and I think the heifer that comes to the top for me, really just in terms of completeness. I think this heifer, just the way she handles her top line when she's set in motion, the depth of body that she has, the good hip and hind leg, I think she comes to the top for me. I think this heifer is super smooth in her overall design. I'd like to neaten her up just a little bit there through her chest, but I think this heifer offers a world of good in terms of power and still maintaining that balance and that look. And when we set her into motion, like I said, she's the most appealing from when she's set in motion in terms of her top and keeping that straight and level as she gets out and goes. goes. The heifer here in second, tremendous in terms of freshness and femininity at this stage of the game. She's really neat up through that front end. She's smooth through that shoulder. A heifer that also gives you a really good look in that, in when she gets out and goes. Now she's maybe, when you get her into this class and in comparison to the heifers on either side of her, I like how fresh she is. She might be a little too fresh to compare to those heifers on either side of her. A heifer that's maybe not quite as smooth made, and that might be because she doesn't have quite as much fat on her today, but I think her overall build and that femininity, that one offers an awful lot of good, and I think she's going to be a handful on down the road as well. Big, powerful red heifer here coming out third, and you got to appreciate a lot of things about this one. This one's tremendously thick-ended. She's tremendously big-boned, a heifer that's got some body and some muscle and some width as well. Just when we set her in motion in comparison to the heifers ahead of her here today, for me, she's maybe just a little coarser there out of her tailhead, maybe doesn't just maintain that overall smoothness and wants to open up in her shoulder just a shot more when she's set into motion as compared to the heifers ahead of her. Now, I think this one's a whale of a breeding piece. She's got some tools that she can certainly use on down the road to make some awful good ones. Congratulations, really, three really nice heifers there in that class.
Your results of class number 25 purebred heifers: in first place, exhibitor 160, J.C. Massey from Boley, Oklahoma. In second place, exhibitor 161, Madison Metzger from Rockville, Kentucky. And in third place, exhibitor 159, Brandon Weber from Uachola, Florida. We're now ready for class 26 purebred heifers. Immediately following this class, you need your class winners back up here, so we will be choosing our champion, reserve, third, fourth, and fifth place in the junior yearling division.
Well, really another high-quality set of Januaries here, and there's some difference in terms of type and kind, and you can argue these either way that you want. But for me, I think this one, just in terms of a maternal build, I prefer her. I like the way that she is in relation to the center portion of her, from her chest to the center portion of her body to her flank. I think this one's just a little bit more in terms of that swoop there and just that maternal look that she has on down the road for being a good, complete cow. I think she's tremendously long and level from her hooks to her pins. She sets down on a really good hind leg, and she's maybe a little bit more smoother and transitions a little bit better from her shoulder back into her forerib and either side of that up into her front end as well. The heifer here coming in second, I think another one that's in terms of her outline, a big outline heifer. She's soft in the center portion of her body as well, long from hooks to pins. Just when I compare her back to the heifer that starts out the class, she's got a little more shoulder, maybe doesn't have that overall in relation to her chest, back to her rear rib and flank into her udder, maybe doesn't have that overall depth of body and that I'd like to see, and where I think our class winner has an advantage. But tremendously good in terms of her look and that profile that she has as well. Nice pair of heifers there in our January class.
Your results of Class 26 purebred heifers: in first place, Exhibitor 162, Brandon Weber, Alachua, Florida. In second place will be Exhibitor 163, Evan Jackson from Holiday, Tennessee. We'll now be choosing our champion junior yearling. This division is sponsored by Metzger Cattle Company out of Rockfield, Kentucky. Big thank you to them. Immediately following our champion junior yearling selection, we will have class number 27 purebred heifers. There's a single entry in that class. Then we will jump right into the grand champion purebred heifer drive.
another outstanding lineup here in our junior yearling division. And I think as we get all of our class winners and our seconds out here, again, like I said, I've been thoroughly impressed with the quality that each of these classes has presented. And you know, as they go around the ring, and I've watched, and some classes are deeper than others, but at the same time, I think all of our class winners are certainly kind of fit the same type and kind in terms of big bred heifers that are sound and functional, and then have some body and some mass and some muscle to go with that. And then all these heifers have some look and some profile and look like they're going to be good breeding pieces and maternal tools for these kids to take home and use back in their programs. And so I've been thoroughly impressed with that through this division. I think each of these heifers are tremendously similar to one another. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll go show you the ones that I like today. Congratulations.
Once again, this division was sponsored by Metzger Cattle Company out of Rockville, Kentucky. Our champion junior yearling was exhibitor 156, Luke Darledge out of Brownstown, Indiana, CNW Miss Iggy 16. Your reserve champion was exhibitor 160, J.C. Massey from Boley, Oklahoma, New Trend Essence 14K. In third place will be exhibitor 161. That'll be Madison Metzger from Rockville, Kentucky, M2C Cheyenne 210K. In fourth place will be exhibitor 157, Grace Kennedy, Brookston, Indiana, IAH Shelby K2744. And in fifth place will be Exhibitor 159, Brandon Weber, Uachola, Florida, with KJSC SIXR So Sweet 332K. Your bred and owned division champion will go to Exhibitor 160, JC Massey from Boley, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those individuals. We have class number 27 purebred heifer in the ring. It's a single entry. I do want to announce, while this class is being judged, that at the conclusion of this class, right before the Grand Champion Purebred Drive, we will be giving the Nathan Atkins Memorial Scholarship presentation.
Another senior year, or a senior yearling single entry here, and one that can certainly stand some competition as well. I think tremendous in terms of body and volume. You really like that about her. The Springer rib that she has, tremendously long from hooks to pins, and when you get behind her, she's got some width there. Carries that down into a powerful hind leg. Once again, another really nice one. Maternal in her build, good and functional all the way around.
Your class 27 results of purebred heifers: in first place, and the champion senior yearling goes to Exhibitor 164, Silas Friedenberg from Marklettville, Indiana. At this time, Nancy Atkins is going to present the Nathan Atkins Memorial Scholarship. So direct your attention to the show arena. If there are any past winners of this award, if you please join her in the show arena, that'd be great. And the applicants, all the applicants that did present themselves for this award this year. I'm going to turn the mic over to Nancy at this time. If you apply for the scholarship this year, if you please come to the show arena at this time.
Okay, let's go. First of all, I would like to thank Sweepstakes for allowing my brother and I to do this here, and to Anna Krieger, who does all the work getting the applicants. We really appreciate all of you. Thank you.
So I've lost track of how many of these that Nancy's given. 11, number 11 that Nancy's given, and I can't believe that Nathan's actually been gone that long. For those of you who didn't have the pleasure of knowing Nathan, he loved cattle, loved Simmentals, always had a Baldy, loved farming and John Deere tractors. And so this is such a great honor to continue his legacy and his memory over the year, and I really appreciate Nancy donating the money and her efforts in keeping his memory alive for all of us. We had a lot of really good applicants again this year, just like we have in the past. And we had a tough time deciding, the committee that we've reviews them. But this year's scholarship winner is actually the 8th generation of their family farm, and they're definitely no stranger to purebred cattle. And not only just the seed stock business side of it in the show ring, but then also into the freezer beef. So truly from start to finish, an incredible young man who we know is going to go on and do incredible things. He's no stranger to the Simmental breed. And this year's scholarship winner is also the 2nd year in a row has been the same Bill Couch winner, is Luke Harker.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Nancy and this scholarship. Well, got some great winners over the past few years. These are great, not only Simmental kids, but just great in the cattle industry. We're now going to bring in our division champions for our Grand Champion Purebred Heifer Drive. We will be choosing 5 overall. This is sponsored by Elmore Cattle Services out of Oklahoma. We do appreciate their involvement in the sweepstakes. So these will be your division champions, as our Judge Andrew Foster will select this year's Grand Champion Purebred Heifer. At this time, also, if the bred and owned champions would be making their way to the makeup arena. The bred and owned champions, please.
people here as we wrap up our purebred show. Tremendous quality from end to end, and an even better set of kids, and thoroughly have enjoyed working with them today and evaluating your cattle, and I appreciate the opportunity to come do this, and everybody that's involved, and the board of directors, and all the help throughout the day. I certainly, it's something that I do enjoy. It's something I take great pride in, and so anytime I get the opportunity to come and do one of these, I certainly appreciate it. And so thank you guys as an association for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it as well. You know, back in the day, or when I was younger, and I don't have a whole lot of history in the Simmental breed, but at the same time, you know, I know what kind of history you have at this show and the importance of it to all of you breeders and everybody that are involved. And back when I was a kid, the Angus Futurity and the Simmental Sweepstakes were both in Louisville at the same time, and so I'd go over and watch the show, and so I know the amount of history and the cattle and the quality and the people that have come through this program and this ring and have supported it and still do support it. And so that's something as a breed I think all of you should be very, very proud of. And so, like I said, I'm honored to have a small part in this here today. And so, but I have enjoyed myself. I thoroughly, like I said, thank you again, and I'll go show you the ones that I like. It's been an outstanding group of kids, even better, an outstanding group of cattle as well. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll go show you my top 5.
Once again, those bred and owned champions make their way back up here. We'll choose our supreme bred and owned. Your grand champion purebred heifer will be exhibitor 156. That is Luke Darledge from Brownstown, Indiana, CNW Miss Iggy 16. Your reserve grand champion purebred heifer goes to exhibitor 143. That'll be Wyatt Phillips out of Maysville, Kentucky, RPCMFM Wildflower KO80. That is also your champion bred and owned. Your third overall will go to exhibitor 141. That is Addison Bartlow from Monticello, Illinois with STCC Lila CT 157K. Your fourth overall goes to exhibitor 160. That is J.C. Massey from Boley, Oklahoma. New Trend Essence 14K. And fifth overall goes to exhibitor 161, Madison Metzger from Rockville, Kentucky with M2C Cheyenne 210K. We're now ready for our champion bred knowns in the arena. Once again, a big thank you to Elmore Cattle Services out of Oklahoma for sponsoring the Grand Champion Purebred Heifer Drive. Like I said, we're now lining up our bred and owned champions for our supreme selection. For our Supreme Champion bred and owned, we'll need exhibitors 105, 108, 130, 135, and 143. I believe we have rounded up all the bred known champions, so they'll be making their way in the ring. We've got Exhibitor 105, Josie Phillips from Kentucky with the percentage champion bred known bull. Also Josie Phillips out of Kentucky, Exhibitor 130 with the percentage grand champion, champion bred known heifer. We have Blake Henrich from Oklahoma, Exhibitor 135 with the purebred bull. And we have Wyatt Phillips out of out of Kentucky, Exhibitor 143 with the purebred heifer. Our judge, once again, Andrew Foster, will be selecting the Peter Courtney Memorial Supreme Champion bred and owned.
I think it's right here. You want this one still, or I? Go ahead. You only pick one. Oh yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, here as we wrap up the Bred and Owned show, or the show for the day, this is a fitting way to do this. I think that certainly for these junior kids and these projects, and the Bred and Owned show has certainly been something that's always been near and dear to my heart and our family, and when my sister and I were shown growing up, and hopefully for my kids in the future as well. So this is incredible, the work that you put in and to get these cattle and this quality of cattle represented in both of our percentage shows and purebred shows. Certainly something to be proud of. I'll go show you the one that I like here for today and select you a Supreme Bred and Owned, but give these exhibitors a round of applause. Awesome show once again all the way through today.
Well, it's a big thank you to Andrew. Our Peter Courtney Memorial Supreme Champion Bred and Owned will go to Exhibitor 130, Josie Phillips with the percentage heifer. Congratulations to Josie. We do want to take this opportunity to thank all the exhibitors. Great job today. All those in the barn, the cattle were here on time, ready to go. No delays. It was just a perfect day all the way around. A big thank you to you for that. Once again, big thank you to the board of directors, to all the sponsors. We so appreciate your donation to help keep this show going year after year after year. Also want to let you know that we will begin showmanship at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The lunch for the exhibitors will be at 1:45 in the show arena tomorrow, with the auction at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Make sure you check all the embryos, the semen. Once again, we've got that semen tank full of 100 units of semen that will be auctioned off. We got the fun items, some of them up here on a table. Check that out. So please have a great afternoon, good evening. Be safe if you're traveling. We'll see you all back here tomorrow. Thank you.